We will be starting session after 15 minutes. Please be connected. This particular session is focusing on to the ISO 27001 framework. In this particular session, this is a long session in which we will be covering a lot of aspects of ISO 27001. We will be talking in deep about the ISO framework. What is an ISO? What are the accreditation bodies? What are the certification bodies? What are the basic terminologies? So we will try to cover each and every aspect of ISO 27001 so that I would expect that after the end of this session, you are enough comfortable to understand the basic ISO frameworks. As nowadays, most of the organizations are already uh, directed to go for the ISO 27001 framework certification. So it's important to make sure that the certification process of ISO should be done in a proper way. Also, ISO also holds a very important levels for the implementation part. So that is also we are going to talk today in this particular session. So we will be talking about like what is ISO. We will be talking what is ISO, what is IAF. We will be talking on basic terminologies, accreditation versus certification. So this session will be covering a lot of important topics. So please be there, and if you have any questions, you can type into the chat box or just share it with me. I would like to answer them. So let us start with our session with this very first slide. That is, what is certification entities? Okay. So mostly there is a question always coming into our mind that what is the ISO? So ISO, the full form of ISO is International Organization for Standardization. Some people always get confused that ISO, the full form should be International Standardization and Organization. Then why the full form written is something misleading? The misleading in the sense that if you chronologize the first character, it is IOS, but actually it is ISO. So ISO is not a full form. To be very frank, ISO is not a full form of International Organization for Standardization. ISO means something you want to put on the same level. If you remember the college days in which we have learned a lot of words like ISO bar, isotherm. So basically, this ISO mean here to make all the things on a unified scale. Because if you want to compare two quantities, there should be a common benchmark to compare the quantities. So this ISO is basically a benchmark for comparing the quantities on the same basis. So this is the meaning of the ISO. Then we have a body called IEC, that is International Electrotechnical Commission. Basically, these all are the international bodies, and they are working jointly with each other for the development of the international frameworks. Then we have a technical committee, we call it as a TC. We have a joint technical committee as a JTC. When multiple technical committees work together, then it is called as a JTC. Then we have a IAF, International Accreditation Forum. This is the top-notch forum. This is the top body who is basically accrediting the ISO certifications. Then we have accreditation bodies. Then we have certification bodies, and then we have applicant organization. So basically, the flow for getting ISO is applicant organization going to the certification body. The certification body must be approved from the accreditation body, and accreditation body must be accredited from the IAF. So this is the basic flow of the data when we talk about the certification body. So just a brief introduction about the ISO, that is International Organization for Standardization. It's an independent non-government organization. Currently, it is having 162 member countries and 705 technical committees and subcommittees are there. ISO is the world's largest developer of voluntary international standard. Apart from ISO, there is a other organization called Open Group that is also creating a lot of standards, and their standards are also too appreciable. In since 1947, so basically in 1947, this organization has been incorporated, around 22,423 international standards covering almost every industry from technology to food safety to agriculture. So it doesn't mean that ISO is taking care of the IT industry. If you buy anything, if you even buy a helmet, it is ISI marked. If you buy some tablets or some laptops, some wooden furniture, there are a lot of IS standards which are governing the quality standard, the quality standard. So ISO give world-class specification for products, services, and good practices to ensure quality, safety, and efficiency. And because they are developed through global consensus, they help to break down the barriers of international trade also. So that is also a very important role when we talk about the ISO. Then we have ISO. ISO is comprising of some technical committees and some joint technical committees. Technical committees are made up of representative of industry, NGO, and governments and a lot of other stakeholders. Each technical committee deal with the different subjects for exam that the TC focusing. So basically, technical committees are helping the ISO standard formation for the development of the technical standard. Currently, there are 323 technical committees which are working. And IEC is also a non-government, non-profit organization which is founded in 1906. IEC's members are national committees who appoint experts. So basically, if you see the ISO standard, it is also always written ISO slash IEC 27001. So basically, ISO and IEC has jointly released these international standards. If we talk about the Indian perspective, the Indian standards are called as IS standard. This is called IS standard, and the international standards are usually called as ISO slash IEC standards. So this is just a small difference between the two. Then we have some joint technical committees. When different technical committees, when different technical committees work together, they become the joint technical committee. So in this way, when there is some collaboration in different fields for the mutual interest and for the requirement of the international organizations, for the requirement of certain specific things, so we need to take care of this particular topic. Second point is the important point is IAF. So IAF is the top body. I've already told you. So IAF is the World's Association of Conformity Assessment Accreditation Bodies and other bodies interested in conformity assessments. So basically, IAF is the top-notch body, and all the accredited bodies must be accredited from the IAF. We will be seeing in the upcoming slides for that. So basically, putting the IAF in a so important role is a very important issue. That's why it is called IAF twofold purpose. What is the IAF twofold purpose is that it ensures that the accreditation body members only accredited bodies that are competent to do work. So competency is an important area. Competency of accreditation bodies. Also, there is a MLA multi-level agreement, multilateral recognition agreement between the different organizations, so that in case some accreditation body, if it is in New Zealand, and he is doing some ISO audits in Nigeria, suppose, then even these international recognitions are valid just because of the value of IA. In India, also, lot of like JASENS. You must have seen that this international body JASENS has a lot of ISO 27001 and 9001 auditing they have done in India. Basically, they are from New Zealand. And there are a lot of different organizations. So just because IAF is universally acceptable, these important things are having a very good value. So let's talk about the basic terminologies that we are going to use even in the ISO 27001 framework. The standard. So the standard is basically is a document that provides requirements, specification guidelines or characteristics that can be used consistently to ensure. So basically, standard is a set of documents which is having all the requirements, specification, and guidelines to implement this particular standard. So for today's session, we are going to talk about this particular ISO 27001 document, which we called as a standard. Certification means if somebody is complying to this standard, if somebody is complying to this standard, then he is allowed for a written assurance in the form of a certificate that the product, services, or systems in question meet specific requirements. So this is the most important point that I'm going to put you here. That certification is performed by external certification bodies, which are largely private. So certification is something you cannot take a self-certification. You cannot self-certify yourself. You have to hire a certification body, a third-party certification, and after that you can take the proper certification audit from them. They will come to your office, do the required auditing, and they will then give you a written assurance in the form of a certificate. So this is called basically the standard and a certification. Accreditation is something a little bit different. See, if a body A want to do ISO certification of body B, so B body is a company who wants a certificate. Body A is the external body who want to do the certification of body B. So body A should be accredited from some body C, who in turn accredited from IAF. So this is a long chain that we are going to see in this particular uh, picture. Okay. So if you can see, uh, these are the organizations which are at level 1. Okay. So somebody is going to certify them. So these are certain bodies which are into the market and they are doing the certifications. So these are called CBs. These are called CBs, certification bodies. Okay. And these certification bodies are accredited from these different companies which are called accreditation bodies. So level 1 is our organizations. Level 2 is basically certification bodies. Level 3 is the accreditation bodies, and on the top of that there is a IAF, that is International Accreditation Forum, which is taking care of the entire accreditation and conformance globally. So in this way, the entire accreditation purpose is working. Then we have certain accreditation councils like European Accreditation Council, Pacific Accreditation Council, and IAAC. So currently India is a member of Pacific Accreditation Council. Criteria for the certification bodies. So if anybody want to take part as a certification body, so certification body is required to comply with the following. He should be conforming to 17021. It is also a standard for bodies providing auditing and certification of management system. Then they should be having a system of certification, infrastructure and resource, and technical competence. So we are not concerned to this, but I just put down here to make you aware about the basics of the certification purpose, that how the actual certification is working. So currently, these are some of the certification bodies that are working globally. That is TUV, SUD, DNV, BBQI, SGS, BQS, LRQ, and BSI. So these are the bodies that are working for the purpose of certification. What is the certification process? The certification process is first the party who want to take the certification go to the certification body and apply for the certification. Then application evaluation and proposal from certification body. If certification body accept his proposal, he will give order acceptance by auditee organization. So there are two words which are coming here. One is the auditee and one is the auditor. Okay, so auditee who wants the certification, basically they are the organizations, And auditor means who is going to, basically third party, who is going to do the audit. Then document review by certification body. So what are the documents you have prepared? We will see in the upcoming slides that what are the documents, what are the requirements for the ISO uh, pre-audit if required. See, organization is only going to be go for the audit. Any individual cannot go for ISO certification. Certification audit is there, which is called the main third-party audit. Then audit reporting, release of certificate, maintenance of certificate. So in this way, the entire certification process is working. Okay. So I would like to have any questions up to this. Any questions up to this point, particularly the process of certification? You can write in chat box, please. Okay, so we have few questions. What is the annual audit for these organizations? Annual audit means every year the organization gets himself audit for the certification. How often they need to certify? It's as per the requirement, Dilip. How will an individual be certified like ISO 20? Individual is not going to be certified for ISO, only organizations. What are the path for the requirement to become ISO certified ISO lead auditor? Aryan, we also provide ISO lead auditor training program. Okay, so all questions are solved. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk on the very important topic that is ISMS concepts and benefits. So we will be talking some of the important area that what is the current scenario, what are the business requirements, what is the threat management, and what is the impact analysis. So some points we have already discussed in our previous sessions. They may be coming again, but with a different virtue. So if you talk about the current scenario into the organizations, present day organizations are highly dependent on information security. Like we are working on IT, OT. There is a lot of things related to digital transformation. AI is already creating a lot of buzzwords. Also, quantum computing is also coming in few years, through which a lot of cryptographic related issues will be having some issues. So this is the current scenario. Our dependency on the IT for development, production, and delivery is highly dependable. So if we talk about IT, there are a lot of services that we people are using, like financial database, employee time booking, providing help desk, remote access, interaction with the outside world through email, internet, usage of third-party outsource suppliers. So this is the exact scenario that in world in which we are currently residing. What are the business requirements? Actually, every business has certain requirements, and we will see and map that how ISO 27001 is exactly helping out in. solving these business requirements. There is a question from Sambhav Yadav, what is ISO 27037? It is a standard in the ISO framework only. We will covering afterwards. So in the business requirements, we have security incidents. Number of security incidents are growing. So this is a requirement that to reduce the security incidents. Then client and a lot of customers are requirement of contract condition for RFP. Nowadays, if you can see, like if there is any tender or any RFP or any bidding, certain requirements are there, like ISO 9001, ISO 27001. Apart from that, there are certain guidelines, like CA guidelines are there, which are saying that ISO 27001 should be mandatory. So all these things are becoming now business requirements. If we talk about the private organization perspective, marketing will giving him a competitive edge to market his product. Like if you go to any application, like if you go to Paytm, Cred, or anywhere, they are trying to promote this that they are 27001 compliant. So basically, these certifications will help you to grow your trust over the client. So this is a very important point that how you are going to make your client uh, ensure that his data is in safe hands. So these are the points that create a serious business requirement, and it's also good on the senior management perspective because they want to know the status of the IS in the organization security. They want to know about the information security in their organization. So these standards are basically helping in giving them a solution for the current status of the ISMS and also to cater the above requirements like security incidents reducing, uh, client conditions for RFP or for the market. Sometimes there are other legal requirements also. These are in terms of the Indian perspective. Indian patent regulations, India Copyright Act, India Design Act, India IT Act, UK Data Protection Act. In USA, we have SOC, HIPAA, FISMA, GLB Act. So certain acts are there which also have some legal requirements, and these legal requirements should be accomplished so that uh, you can grow your business, you can run your business. And these requirements sometimes have the ISO 27001 certification requirement. So let's have just a small overview about the basics. The first thing first is threats. Although I've already covered certain things, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. But since this topic needs to be covered with these things, and if some new participants are there, we have to study it again. So if information security is not addressed, so point is that if IS is not taken care properly, information security is not taken care properly, then there are chances of various threats occurring like fraud, espionage, sabotage, vandalism, fire, and flood. So these are the threats to the information security. Whether they are physical threats, where they are cyber threats, whether they are insider threats, any type of threats that can impact the information security is an important issue. And as a IS practitioner, as an information security practitioner, we need to take care of it. So, what are the business impacts? Whenever we talk about anything, we have to understand that what are the business impacts. Yeah, sorry for a minute. So, exploitation of threats can result in following losses. So, if these threats are basically materialized, if these threats are materialized, it can give a rise of lot of losses. So, what can be the losses? Losses can be of financial losses, losses of share, share capitals, market share, sales, serviceability of disruption of operations, loss of processing capabilities and productivity, damage to image and reputation. So these are the financial losses. Paradox Shubham, I just request you to please focus on the things that I'm teaching you right now. We can have these discussions after some time. Okay, so these are the business impacts. So let's talk something more advanced about the ISO particular framework. See, as per ISO IC 27001, that definition of data, this is very important. That's why I'm putting this information, this slide, in the very initial topic to have a discussion with you all. That information is an asset, which like other important business assets. So, as per ISO, data is an asset. You have some physical assets, you have some software assets, sometimes you have humans as an asset. But as per ISO, data is also an asset, and these assets has certain values to the organization and consequently need to be suitably protected. So what the ISO is focusing on, that data has a value to whom organization, and these data is need to be protected. So the entire ISO 27001 is revolving around this particular um, point to protect the data. Whatever form the information takes or means by which it is shared or stored, it should always be appropriately protected. So it doesn't mean that it is stored in a physical form or it is stored in a digital form. It doesn't matter, but you have to take care of the point that the data should be protected. So what is information? So information is the basic building blocks for any organization. Information is more than electronically stored or processed data. Our level. So information is more than electronically stored or processed. Information can be available physically. Information can be available digitally. And information can also be available in some environment. So information can be created, stored, can be destroyed. It can be processed, transmitted, used, lost, or corrupted. So these are the actions that can be performed onto the particular data. And ISO is taking care of the entire process. So this is the beauty of the ISO 27000 framework. So what are the forms of information we have? We have information that is stored electronically, information that is transmitted in networks, printed on written or paper, shown on videos or verbal spoken communication. So these all are the type of data. And as a ISO practitioner, if you are implementing ISO into your organization, then you have to take care of the particular thing. See, whenever we talk about data, I always say data is existing basically when you are transferring the data or storing the data. So data has two attributes. One is data at rest and one is data in transit. So ISO is taking care of both the things, whether data is rest or data is in transit. So this particular point, stored electronically, is basically the data at rest. And if we talk about transmitted in networks, it is data in transit. So this is the point that I want to mention here, that implementing the data security for the organization, always keep in mind that these both attributes of data should always be considered. The particularly CIA triad, we have already discussed. I'm not going to discuss it again. C means confidentiality, I means integrity, and A means availability. These are basically the goals of information security. These are the goals of information security, and whatever we are doing, the tasks, whether it is the ISO 27001 implementation in the organization, or whether you are implementing NIST framework, CSF, cybersecurity framework, or anything. The main goal is to implement the C, main goal is to implement the I, and main goal is to implement the A. So in this way, the entire CAA is working. So now let us talk about the information security. What is information security? If I talk about ISO 27001 framework, it's around 60% of the management and 40% of the technology. So if you are implementing ISO 27001 framework into your organization, it is basically 40% technology and 60% management. So IS policy, IS responsibilities, IS awareness training, reporting, business continuity planning processes, these all are the management processes, and topics related to systems, tool, architectures are related to the technology. So 60-40 ratio is always there in ISO 27001 framework for the implementation part. What are the management challenges or technical issues? See, information security must be seen as a management and business challenge, not simply as a technical issue to be handed over by the experts. To keep your business secured, you must understand both the problems and solutions. See, any problem cannot be solved by technically, even through the management. There should be a common merger, there should be a transformation and a merger about for the technical and for the management part. And if you have proper merger of the two things, technical and the management part, then only any technical issue can be solved. That's why, if you see, I have written in the previous slide that the management part is 60% and the technical part is 40%, because ISMS is making want to make sure that the top management is involved in the is involved in the implementation of ISO 27001. Because what ISO is thinking, that without the dedication, direction, and interest of the top management, the ISO never will implement it. Okay, so it's very important. We will see the upcoming slides in which we will see that how the top management is involved and what are the clauses, what are the controls, particularly into ISO 27001. So let us talk about some of the important terms that will help you in learning the framework in a proper way. So the first term is organization. Organization means refers to the company or entity that is implementing the ISMS. So if you are implementing the ISMS into your organization, basically you are termed as an organization. What is a process? A set of interrelated or interacting activities that use input to deliver an intended result. So basically, if you have created something in which you give certain inputs and it is giving you certain deliveries, it is called a particular process. Effectiveness, that how effectively your processes are working, the extent to which planned activities are realized and planned results are achieved. So how you have planned and how you have achieved is basically the part of the effectiveness. Then we have efficiency. So the relationship between the results achieved and the resources used is basically called as an efficiency. And efficiency is an important point to measure the performance of certain processes. Then we have a system. So system is a set of interacting or interrelated elements organized to achieve one or more objectives. So when different processes join together to combine with a common objective, it's called as a system. What is a management system? A set of interrelated or interacting element of an organization to establish policies and objectives and processes to achieve those objectives is called a management system, and that's why it is called as ISMS, Information Security Management System. Non-conformity means if you are not fulfilling the requirement written in standard. Okay, so if you are not fulfilling the requirement as per the standard, that is ISO 27001, it is called as a non-conformity. Then we have corrections. So if some non-conformity is there, and if you want to correct it, it is called a correction. So corrective actions taken are the important part. So what is the definition of corrective actions? Actions to eliminate the cause of detected non-conformity. So let us suppose during the audit the auditor finds some non-conformity, that these certain points are not conforming as per the ISO 27001 framework. So what you can do, you can take some corrective actions so that you can eliminate the causes, and you do check the undesirable situation. What is continual improvement? Continual improvement, recurring activity to enhance the performance. So this is very important, that you are continuously working to enhance the performance. It is not like that ISO once you have implemented and you are just uh, get into the relaxed position. No, it is not required. You have to work harder every time for the continual improvement. Then we have monitoring, determining the status of the system, process, or activity. Non-repudiation, assurance that someone cannot deny the validity of something. So these are the important points. Just a minute, please. Okay. So what is the policy? So these all terms will be used when we go ahead in the ISO implementation part. These all things will be used. So intentions and directions of an organization as formally expressed by its top management. So policy is something like you have a remote working policy, you have desktop policy, you have internet usage policy. So all these policies, what is this policy means? They are basically your intentions. They are basically your desires into the organization, that how you want to implement the information security. Then we have authenticity and authorization. It means assurance that information is genuine and that permissions are granted. Next is competence, ability to apply knowledge and skills to achieve intended results. What is control? A means of managing risk, including policies, procedure, guidelines, practices, or organizational structures. We will see one by one when we talk about the ISMS. So how you are going to define the ISMS? So ISMS is the abbreviation of Information Security Management System. It is a part of overall management system based on business risk approach to establish, implement, order, monitor, review, maintain, and improve efficient information security. So if you want to implement the information security, whatever actions you are planning to do to implement it is basically the information security management system. The management system include organization structure, policies, planning, activities. So all this part, whether it is a planning, whether it is a policy, whether it's some rules or something, they are all already the part of the ISMS. So whenever we talk about controls in ISMS, what is controls? That how you are going to implement it. So controls are basically broadly divided in three types. One is a preventive control, one is a detective control, and the another one is a corrective control. So preventive control are something that will prevent the incident to happen. If you implement preventive control, basically you are reducing the incident. Like VAPT. VAPT is a part of preventive control. You are regularly doing the VAPT and finding the vulnerabilities, patching them, so that if there is no vulnerability, then there is a very less chance that any threat can exploit the vulnerability, because threat is always there when there is a vulnerability. Okay, so you can reduce the vulnerability during the preventive control. Second thing is detective control. Detective control is something you are monitoring your network. You are monitoring your network, and if you find something malicious, something out of the box, You are basically checking and rectifying it, and you are usually nowadays is implemented through the SOC, Security Operation Centers. Otherwise, previously we have NOCs, Network Operation Centers, or you can use some IPS, you can use some IDS, you can use some firewalls. All these devices are there to help you out in the detective control. And then we have corrective control. Corrective controls are implemented only when some breach has happened. Okay, breach has happened, then only the corrective action will be taken. So these controls are implemented to respond to and mitigate the effects of security incident as well as to restore system to the normal state. So these are the various controls in ISMS, and we will see all these controls one by one as we go ahead. So what are the advantages of ISMS? It will help you in enhanced data protection. It will help you in regulatory compliance. Also improve the risk management and increase trust and reputation. So these are the important points that are very much required whenever we talk about the ISMS, and these points will be helping you out to understand that why we are studying this particular topic and how these particular topics are very much important. Let's go through a little bit about the ISMS standard history, that how the ISMS standard history is being evolved and how the entire process is basically developed. So the process has started in the year 1995, and it is first published as Department of Trade and Industry Code of Practice UK version uh, as a British standard. Then the initial version is called BS 7799. So ISO 27001 is from the very starting is not ISO 27001. Earlier it was called BS 7799, that is British standard. In year 1998, the second version of British standard 7799 was published, and in year 2000, ISO adopted the British standard. Okay, so till 1999, the British standard is different and ISO are two different bodies. But in 2000, ISO adopted the British standard as ISO 17799. So now the name has been changed to ISO 17799. In year 2022, BS 77992 was revised to match with PDCA structure. PDCA means plan, do, check, and act. Okay, so this is the base for the ISO 27001, and from this particular point, the entire ISO framework was evolved. So basically, BS 7799 with PDCA is converted into ISO 27001 2005. So this is the first version. 2005 version was released. Then in 2013 version was released, and in 2023 the 23 version was released. So currently we have seen around three different versions of ISO. We have seen the three different versions of ISO. And if you start from the very history, initially it was BS 7799, then it will become ISO 17799, then it will become with PDCA, plan, do, check, and act strategy, it become 27001. In this we have three versions we have seen: 2005, 2013, and 2023. So this is the entire history of the ISMS roadmap. If you talk and compare the previous versions and the new versions, we will see in the upcoming slides. So in previous versions, we have 11 clauses. In new versions also we have 11 clauses. In previous versions, we have 114 controls. In new versions, we have 93 controls. In previous version, we have 14 sections in an array, and in this new version, we have 4 sections in an array. We will see one by one the entire things, so don't get confused. We will be talking about each and every part. In Annex A, where we talk about these 93 controls, so Annex A is something 93 controls, and these controls are divided into physical control, organization controls, technological controls, and people controls. So we will be covering all these 93 controls one by one as we move forward. What are the changes in the management system? So what are the new changes as per 27.001 2022 version? Some points related are changed, like the requirement of interested parties to be through ISMS planning of changes. So these are the four changes that are enshrined in the new version. Now let's talk on a very important point, that is what is the difference between ISO 27001 and 27002. This is a very important topic you must understand, because this will help you in implementing the ISO in a proper way. See, ISO 27001 is a certifiable standard. ISO 27001 is a certifiable standard, and apart all of the other like 27002, 3, 4, 27, 37, these all are called the implementation standard. Okay, so these are the requirements. ISO 27001 is an auditable standard, and it is used as a basis of certification. ISO 27001 to elaborate the requirement, to aid in understanding the requirement. It is advisory, best practice, guidance, code of practice, but it is non-certifiable. It means you cannot say that I am ISO 27002 certified. No, it is never like that. You have to always be 27001 certified. One more fun fact I want to show you, I want to tell you here. Any certification which is ending with one is always certifiable. 9001, 31001, 27001. If something is not ending with one, it means it is non-certifiable. You can only implement it, but you cannot get a certificate of it. Okay, so this is the major point. So if you want to do the entire ISMS implementation, it need to be done under the guidance of 27001. That is the implementation. That is the auditable standard, and 27002 will help you in guiding the entire implementation process. So ISO 27000 is a series of standards. So this ISO 27000 is an entire series of standards, where we have 27001, we have 27002, 3, so till we have 27037, and certain more standards are added sometimes. So these all are the family of standards, and these family of standards, only this is particular, you will get a certificate by the certification body. Rest you are not getting any certificate, but these only are the for the compliance purposes. Okay. So now I would like to take the questions up to this point. You are requested to please share your questions. Please write into the chat box. Okay, so we have questions. How will an individual be certified? Individuals are not going to be certified for ISO 27001. There is a question from Faisal. What is recommended ISO certification for a cyber security analyst? You can go for ISO 27001 lead auditor. Okay, so let's start with the another part of the topic, that is accreditation related documents. So every time we are going to do the audit or something, so we have to take care of this particular standard, that is ISO 19011. Basically, these are the guidelines for auditing management system. So 19011 is basically for the auditing. So if you are an auditor, or if you are a lead auditor, if you are an internal auditor, if you are a observer or something, so you must be knowing the basic principles of ISO 19011. Today we are not going to talk anything about 19,011 because today it is not the part of the agenda. But in the upcoming sessions, we will be taking someday about 19,011. So basically, why 19,011 is important? So for any standard, whether it is IT standard, whether it is a non-IT standard, whether it is something related to environmental protection, transformer development, any type of auditing, soil auditing, the standard for auditing functionality is always the same. That is 19,011. It can be used for quality and for environmental management, system auditing, including ISMS. It covers the basic principles of auditing, managing an audit, program, audit activity, and competence and evaluation of the auditors. Okay. So actually, this particular slides now I have prepared for ISO 27001 lead auditor training program. So that's why a lot of things you will see that will impacting that will helping you to think as an auditor also. So this is a good thing that definitely you will be gaining today. So these all are the about. So now we are moving to session three. We now will be talking on ISMS standard framework requirements, where we will see ISO 27001 structure, scope, applicability, and requirements. So we are going to talk about all these topics. Now we are diving deep into the ISMS standard. So this is a screenshot of the original ISO standard. If you can see, it is written IS, ISO, IEC, then 27001 2022. Let me explain one by one what is it. See, IS means Indian standard. You can see Bharatiya Manak. ISO means Indian Organization, International Organization on Standardization. IEC is International Electrotechnical Commission. 27001 is the name of the standard and 2022 is the version of the standard. If you see the English version, previously it is written Information Security Management System. Okay. Previously this is the part only. But now there is two more words added to in 2022 version, that is cyber security and privacy protection. I would say it is 35% more improvised in terms of technicality when we talk about 2022 version in comparison to the 2013 version. So now ISO 2022 version is more technically sound in comparison to the previous 2013 version. So this information security ISMS, now it is also covering cyber security and the privacy protection. One thing I want to mention here is that what is the difference between the information security versus cyber security. See, cyber security is a subset of the information security. Information security is a whole set, where cyber security is a subset, network security is a subset, application security is a subset, and all things are covering under the information security. The information security is a larger scope as term for the cyber security, because cyber security is protecting only the digital assets. Okay, and it is not focusing more on the physical assets, physical security. But whenever we talk about information security, it is always that the physical security of the assets is also to be taken care of. Okay, so these things are enshrined in ISO 27001 for very properly. So these are the contents of the ISO 27001. One more thing I want to mention here, that as an organization, you have to always purchase the standard. Okay, you have to purchase the standard. The costing of the standard is available on the website. So BSBH, if you are in India, or ISO is also selling directly through their own website. So you have to purchase the licensed version. Never use the app. Never. So let's go ahead. So what are the contents? So now we will be starting with the contents. Like what are the contents of the ISO standard? Let me show you the standard directly. Just hold for a minute. Let me show you the standard so that you can have a better overview. So is my screen visible? Okay. Are you able to see the standard? Okay. So actually, every time you have to purchase the standard. Like you can see, I have purchased this standard on 15th of June. Okay. So time and date is already written. So without purchasing a standard, never start working the implementation, because if you are started the implementation with the with a pirated standard, it means you are not committed towards the information security of your organization. Okay, so always purchase the standard, and if you go downwards, these are the contents that are available in the standard. Okay, what are the scopes? What are the normative references, terms and conditions, context of the organizations, and leadership, planning. So basically, there are total 10 clauses. So these are called clauses. And at last, we have annexures. In controls, we have in annexure 1. So 93 controls that we have talked is a part of annexure A, and clauses are basically part of the index. Now, one more point I want to add you here, that point clause 1, 2, and 3. Scope, normative reference, terms and conditions are usually same for all the standards. Okay, so whether you are implementing ISO or most of the standards, the point is usually same. So we are starting directly with the clause 4, because terms and definitions we have already discussed. If you see terms and definitions, like this is the scope, this is the standard scope. Then we have a normative references where it is saying the following documents are referred in the text in such a way that some or all of their content constitute requirements of the document. For undated references, the latest editions of reference documents. See, it is saying ISO 27000. So it is focusing on to the family of the management system. Okay, so there are certain terms and conditions. So these terms and conditions are online available at this. So these are the standard. Okay, so scope, normative reference, and terms are the standard. So main the learnable points are starting from the context 4. So this is the screenshot that I have put down in the slides also. So the point that we have to cover is the context to the organization, leadership, planning, support, operations, performance evaluation, and improvement. But the most important part is that we have to understand the PDCA structure. Okay, so do you remember PDCA structure when I'm talking you about the history of the ISO development? So do you remember in which year the PDCA was introduced to BS 17799? Can anybody tell me in which year? Yes. So PDCA is added, and after BS plus PDCA has been resulted into the ISO 27001. So basically, PDCA is the cyclic order. First, you need to plan, then you need to do, then you need to check, act, and again plan. So this is a cyclic order, and all the clauses are put down in this PDCA only. So these are clauses 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So we have 10 clauses because 1, 2, 3 are the standard clauses. We have scope, normative reference, and terms and conditions. Okay. So in planning, we have context to the organization. We talk about leadership. We talk about planning, and we talk about support. In the do phase, we talk about operations. In check phase, we talk about performance evaluation. In act, we talk about improvement. Okay. So these are the points we need to do one by one. When we talk about context of the organization, we have to understand the organization and its context, expectation, scope, ISMS, policy, new clauses. So all these things are one by one we are going to discuss. So let us talk about scope and applicability of the ISO 27001. It is applicable to all commercial, government, or non-for-profit organization. What is the coverage of the and what are the specifies the requirement for? So the coverage is establishing, implementing, maintaining, and continually improving the ISMS into the organization. This international standard also includes requirements for the assessment and treatment of information security risk, because it's a risk-based assessment. In ISO, we have a risk-based assessment, and the entire structure is so designed that all the assets are gone through the risk management process, and the outputs of the risk management process will be helping you out to find out the suitable solution. See, now what are the requirements of ISO 27000? If your organization want to get this prestigious certification, okay, so what you want to do? Requirement contained in the ISMS framework. See, we have seen clauses 4 to 10. So these are called clauses. And we have seen controls, which are in available annex A. So all clauses are mandatory. Clauses are mandatory. You cannot exclude that this clause is not applicable to me. It is not acceptable. All the clauses have to be met. But controls, out of 93 controls, maybe some controls are not valid for your organization, then you can give justify exclusions. But for the purpose of clauses, it is absolutely non-acceptable. So if you want to do the ISO implementation into your organization, it is very much required that always work in such a way that clauses are always uh, complied, and try to comply with all of the controls. But still, if you do not able to comply with some of the controls, then definitely you can ask for the exclusion. Okay. So is this thing clear? Because this is a very basic concept for ISO, that what is compulsory and what can be excluded. If you have any questions in this, definitely we can take that first before moving ahead. So let's move ahead. Let us see the hierarchical structure for the entire ISO. So let us talk about the hierarchical structure. In the hierarchical structure, the important policies are policies, procedures, guidelines, instruction, operational documents, and then we have a records. So in the level one, we have to create the policies. Then we have to create the procedures, that who will do, what need to be done, when it need to be done, where it need to be implemented, and how we are going to do that. In the level 3, we are going to basically implement, and in level 4, we are going to take the records, that how the implementation has been done. So this is the hierarchical structure from policy, procedure, guidelines to records. So whenever we talk about ISMS documentation, because for any auditing you need to have some documents, and that documents need to be prepared by the organization. So there are two options, whether you can hire a consultant who is having a good experience of ISO auditing, ISO implementation, or you can prepare at your own. So it doesn't mind. The end result should be these documents. So for ISMS documentation, you should be having a security policy. You should be having a statement of applicability document. So these are the type of documents. You have certain procedures, policy, operational documents, and reports. So these all things are required during the external audit. So whenever some external auditor are coming, inter-organization, he might be asking all these things from you. So, as an auditor, as an uh, organization, you should be prepared with all these documents, and we will be seeing all these documents one by one, that how these documents are look like and how they are impacting. So let's start with the first document, that is security policy. So what is a security policy? So this is the high level document that outlines the organization commitment to information security. It sets the direction and principles for information security management within the organization. So basically, these are the high level documentation that outlines the organization commitment to information security. So what are your goals? Are you are basically putting down your goals in the form of a policy, and you are creating a set of rules, set of instructions, that to implement these goals, these regulations, rules, how you are going to implement it. So this is basically called as a security policy. Then the other document we called as a SOA. SOA is a very important document. SOA means, SOA identifies the control objectives and controls that are relevant to the organization. So if you remember this particular slide, where we have talked about the 93 controls. So we have 93 controls. So SOA is just a table. It's a document where the controls are written 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 93. For each control, you have to give exclusion or justification. If it is applicable to your organization, then why? And if it is not applicable to your organization, then again why you have to share. Okay. So this SOA is basically the document identifies the control objectives and controls that are relevant to organization ISMS. It also provides a justification for including. So if you are including something, you have to give the justification, or if you are excluding something, then also you will going to give the justification, ensuring they are aligned with the organization risk assessment and risk treatment plan. So now two different words are coming: risk assessment and risk treatment plan. And I think so we have covered a lot of things related to risk treatment plan in our previous sessions also. Then we have police procedures and policy. So policies are basically the detailed document that outline specific rules and expectations for managing information security within the organization. Policies cover various aspects such as access control, data protection, incident response, and more. And procedures are basically your guide to implement. So procedures are basically your guide to implement. Then we have certain operational documents. Some operational documents include your guidelines, your secure software development policies, some that how you are managing the backup, your day-to-day activities, and to prove that you have done something, you need to put down the records. Like if you have that, like there is a separate clause in the ISO that is talking about care about the training. The training is a mandatory part. So as a practitioner, you should be sharing the training records, training orders, that yes, for the requirement purpose, we have already done the training, our employees are trained, and these are the documents which are proving that we are committed towards the ISMS framework. So in this way, these all points which I have just shown you, which includes the records, or it includes the operational documents, or it includes the procedural policies, are very much important, and SOA and security policy. So let's go ahead one by one with this all clauses. So we will be starting with clause 4, but before that, I would like to take any questions, and also we will be having a quick 10 minutes break because it's a long session, and we need small breaks to get uh, yourself acquainted to the topic so that you will not get bored. So take a 10 minutes break now, please. Okay, so let's start with another part, that is clause 4. So now what we are going to do, we are going to study from clause 4 to clause 10. All the clauses will be covered, and we are also trying to cover all the 93 controls in the annexure A. So clause 4 is about the context of the organization. So in context of the organization, first of all, we have to understand this particular topic, the new word which might coming into your mind, that is interested parties. Because when you move ahead, just a minute. So if you can see this particular standard, I think standard is visible. Okay. So it is written, see, in 4.2, understanding the needs and expectation of interested parties. So what is interested parties is basically I have shown here. So who can be the interested parties for you? Okay, so your customers and clients can be the interested parties. Your employees can be the interested parties. Suppliers and vendors, regulatory bodies like CEA or NCIAPC or anybody, shareholders, investors, business partners, service providers, auditors and certification bodies. The one who is coming to your audit is also interested party for you. Law enforcement, legal authorities, customer clients, community and public and industry associations. So these all are the interested parties. And how it is going to link with the ISO is we will study once we go to the standard. Now we will talk a little bit about the issues. That what are the issues? So basically, we have two type of issues in an organization. One is external issue and one is an internal issue. So external issues is like your market changes, economic conditions, regulatory changes, technological advances, political environment, social trends, environmental factors, supplier and partner conditions. In internal issues, we have organization structure, internal policies, resource availability, employees competence. So the issues which are related to your internal office is called internal issues, and which are related to your outer world is basically called your external issues. So how it is related, let's see this. So the first clause is context of the organization in clause 4.1. This is clause 4, context of the organization. In 4.1, it is written understanding the organization and its context. So if you want to implement ISO 27001 into your organization, you have to understand the organization and its context. That what is the type of my organization? Okay. So the organization shall determine external and internal issues. Okay, so now I think you can correlate to this particular slide that is talking about the internal external issues. That's why I have put down these slides before. What is interested parties, internal external issues. So now you can understand this thing very clearly. So the organization shall determine external and internal issues that are relevant to its purpose, that affects its ability to achieve the intended outcomes or its information security management system. So first of all, you have to find out the issues which can impact your implementation of ISMS. Okay, so the first point is that for implementation of ISO, that you find out the issues that can impact your ISMS implementation. Okay, so this is the very first point. Second point is that understand the need and expectation of the interested parties. Okay, so we have seen like two slides before that who are the interested parties. So you have to understand the need and expectation. So interested parties that are relevant to the information security management system. Okay, like some auditor is coming to your organization. Okay, some auditor is coming to your organization, and that auditor has an access to your ISMS policies. That auditor has an access to your data centers. That auditor has an access to your firewalls. That auditor has an access to your IPS IDS. So all the security solutions, your internal information is with auditor. So how you are catering down these things? You are signing an NDA with him, non-disclosure agreement with the auditor. So after identifying the parties, you can take the immediate action. Like you have identified that if auditor came, then auditor might be knowing each and everything about me and may share my trade secrets with anyone else. So in that case, you can sign an NDA with him or with her. So the point is that you have to understand that what are the expectation of the interested parties. Secondly, the requirement of these interested parties relevant to the information security. What are the requirements of these interested parties for the ISMS? Okay, so that thing we also need to take care of. In the clause 4.3, it is talking about determining the scope of the ISMS. So basically, scope is enshrined in clause 4.3. The organization shall determine the boundaries and applicability of the information security management system to establish its scope. While determining the scope, following things should be considered. So what are the things should be considered? External and internal issues, requirements, and interfaces and dependencies between activities performed by the organization and those that are performed by other organizations. So if you are a supplier to someone, if you are a vendor to someone else, or there are a lot of vendors who are supplying to you, so while drilling down the scope, you must take care of all these important things. So the points that we need to understand is internal issues, external issues, internal issues, and interested parties, and different type of relations between all these and how it can impact your ISMS. So it is all about the clause 4. Clause 4.4 is talking about information security management system. See, there is a word shall. See, you if you can see this, there is a word shall coming. So shall means mandatory. The organization shall determine. So organization have to. Organization do not have any choice. May, because may word is not used here. Okay, so organization shall establish. Again in 4.1 it is saying. So if you want to take ISO 27000 word standard specification, you can say the organization shall establish, implement, maintain, and continually improve an information security management system in accordance with the requirement of this international standard. Okay, so they have to establish the management system, they have to implement the management system, they have to maintain the management system, and they have to work continually to ensure that the ISMS is properly working. This particular slide is very much self-explanatory, and we will see one by one. So in clause 4.1, what are the important inputs? Determine external and internal issues to the purpose and relevant to ISMS. And you may also refer to ISO 31000. 31000 is basically risk management. Okay, risk management is standard. So you can also do that. So these are the inputs, and after doing all this study, these are the outputs. So basically, you are good to go with the discovery of business risk, your opportunities. Also, you are able to find out the interested parties. You are able to find out the interested parties relevant to ISMS, requirement relevant to ISMS, and regulatory requirements. So these all are the points. And at the end of the day, you are with our ISMS requirement that for me, for my organization, what are my information security management system requirements? And on these basis, considering the internal external issues, requirement of the interested parties, interface between the organization, you are able to good to go with the identification of scope and implementation of the entire ISMS. So in this way, the entire ISMS is actually implemented. So this particular slide is for the auditing purpose, but as an implementer, always think these questions and keep this in mind that determine the external and internal issues relevant to the ISMS, determine the interested parties and their requirements, interface and dependencies between activities of the organization, determination of boundaries, and document information scope. So output of this particular clause 4 is scope plus internal issues plus external issues plus interested parties. So these are the output that you must taken care of while preparing for the ISMS. You must understand the organization and its context. How has the organization determined external and internal issues? How they are relevant to its purpose and the affect its ability. You must understand the need and expectation of interested parties. So these are the points that are very much important when we talk about clause 4. See, clause 4 is basically focusing on the scope that we have already discussed. It is focusing on the internal and external issues. It is focusing on the interested parties. So interested parties is also coming. And how does the organization ensure that the requirement interested parties are consistently identified and met? Then scope documentation. Is the scope of the ISMS document and does it specify the information to be protected? So what need to be protected should be in the scope. What are the locations should be in the scope. What are the assets included should be in the scope. It's not like that all the list of the assets are there, but the broad category of assets like you are covering the IT assets, you are covering the OT assets, you are covering the communication assets, you are covering the GIS assets. So in this way, you can put the group of assets, name of the group of assets into the scope of the work document. So is it clear to everyone? If you have any questions, please share in the chat box. with the clause 5. Am I audible? Can you please confirm? Anyone? Great, great. Okay. So let us start with the clause 5, that is leadership. This is a very important clause because it is asking the organization top management to involve. Whenever you talk about ISO 27001, it always says that the top management, this top management word will come again and again, top leadership. So, what the things that are actually expected, we will be seeing these particular areas. See, whenever we talk about clause 5 is about leadership, and in the clause 5.1, we have leadership and commitment. So, it is written top management shall demonstrate, shall means mandatory. So, top management should demonstrate leadership and commitment with respect to the information security management system. When an auditor come down to your office, so he must ask that kindly show the policies that you got approved from the top management. If you say that sorry, we haven't get our policies updated from the top management, it means that top management is somewhere not interested in the ISMS, or he is not involved in the implementation of the ISMS. So, what is ensure that ensuring the information security policies and information security objectives are established and compatible with the strategic direction of the organization. So, it is important that the strategic direction of the organization should in line with the ISMS policies. Also, ensuring the integration of the information security management system requirements into the organization process, ensuring that the resources needed for the information security management system are available, communicating the importance of effective information security management system or conforming. And who is going to give all this? Tell me who is going to give all this? Top management. Without the support of top management, you cannot do and implement the ISMS. So that's the main motive of ISMS, that the top management should be included all the always. Then we have leadership in clause 5.1. The other points are ensuring that the information security management system, ensuring that the information security management system achieve its intended outcome, directing and supporting persons to contribute to the effectiveness of the information security management system, promoting continual improvement, and supporting other relevant management roles to demonstrate their leadership and applies to the area of responsibility. So basically, this clause is particularly talking about the leadership. Second thing is policy. Okay. Top management shall establish an information security policy. So who will establish information security policy? It is written here that top management shall establish information security policy. The departments, the IT department, other department will create the policy, will build the policy, but who is going to approve it? Establish means approve. So who is going to approve? Who is going to approve the information security policy? Your top management going to approve the policy. Is appropriate to the purpose of the organization, including information security policy objectives, and provide the framework for setting the information security policy. So there are two different documents are basically referring to. One is information security objectives, and another one is information security policy. includes a commitment to satisfy applicable requirements, includes a commitment to continually improve information security management system. So till now, what documents we have seen till now? We have talked a little bit about scope in clause 4. Clause 5 is talking about IS policy. Clause 4 is talking about IS objectives. So please keep in mind, because these questions related when the exam is going to be conducted in future, so these are the key points which might be coming into your exams. Okay, so please refer to the clauses correctly. That this particular point is referred to which clause. Okay, so these type of questions may come. Then in the clause 5.3, it is talking about organization roles, responsibility, and authority. So top management shall ensure that the responsibilities and authorities for roles relevant to information securities are assigned. So it is saying that roles should be assigned, responsibilities should be assigned, and authority should be assigned. And who will going to assign it? It is going to assigned by the top management. So top management has various roles into the ISMS, because the entire ISMS is saying that without the dedicated role of ISMS, it's not possible to get the ISMS implemented in your organization. And even you are able to understand this very important point here, that if these things are not there into your organization, is it possible for you to implement the ISMS? Okay. So top management shall assign the responsibility and authority for ensuring that the information security management system conforms to the requirement of ISM international standard. This international standard, which international standard? This is ISO 27001, reporting on the performance of the information security management system to top management. Also, it is saying that the lower departments should report the status of ISMS to the top management. Top management may also assign responsibility and authorities for reporting performance of the information security management system within the organization. Is it clear to everyone? Is it clear? Or clause 5, everyone? Yes or no? Please, you're right. Yes or no into the chat box so that I can proceed ahead. Okay, so now clause 6. Clause 6 is about planning. So in the previous slide, one of the slide we have seen P, D, C, A. So what are the clauses which are covering under plan? 4, 5, 6, 7, do is 8, check is 9, and 10 is act. Okay, so in this way you can remember always that what are the clauses and in which particularly area that particular clause is falling. Why I have put down this particular point here, that now we have covered the clause 4, we have covered the clause 5, and now you are able to understand that everything is under the planning phase only. Okay, we are planning to implement the ISO into the organization. Okay, we are planning to implement the ISO into the organization. That's why this it is all covering under the PE. Now, the clause 6 is itself is planning. Okay, so let's see what is inside it. So, clause 6.1 is saying actions to address risk and opportunities. So, in this particular section, we will be doing what are the actions we will take to address the risk and opportunities. Now, in 6.1.1, it is saying the organization shall consider the issues referred in 4.1. Okay, so who will tell me what are the issues referred in 4.1, if you remember? Yes, internal and external issues. So now in the planning phase, when we are doing the entire ISMS development, we must take care of the point that the internal issues and the external issues are to be taken care of. And the requirement referred to in 4.2 and determine the risk and opportunities that need to be addressed to ensure the ISMS can achieve its intended outcome, prevent, reduce undesired effect, and achieve continual improvement. The organization shall plan action to address these risks and opportunities. So, based on your internal and external issues, you are basically finding out the possible risks and opportunities about your organization. Like we do SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunities, threats for an individual. In the same way, we are doing it for the on the organization level. In 6.1.2, it is talking about information security risk assessment. So now it is coming to the point, the important point, the very important area, that is risk assessment. So probably in your examination, you might face a question that which particular clause is talking about the risk assessment into the planning phase. So the answer for the question is 6.1.2. Okay, so these small things you need to remember while attempting the examination. The organization shall define and apply information security risk assessment process that establish and maintain information security risk criteria. So basically what we are doing, we are creating a risk assessment process. So this is a particular deliverable in a 6.1 risk assessment process. So what are the type of risk assessment process we have discussed previously? Can anybody tell? Don't you remember what are the two different type of risk assessment process? Asset based risk assessment and process based risk assessment. Okay, so particularly we are not using any type of risk assessment, but in this particular planning phase we decide that which risk assessment process we will use, and based on that risk assessment process we will establish and maintain the information security risk criteria. That what is the risk acceptance criteria and what is the criteria for performing information security risk assessment. So if you remember our previous sessions in which we talked about information security risk assessment, and we have done a small exercise about the risk assessment previously also. So we have talked about the risk acceptance criteria. So this particular risk acceptance criteria is decided in 6.1.2. Also ensures the repeated information security risk assessment produce consistent, valid, and comparable results. So every time you do a risk assessment, the results are consistent and valid. It doesn't mean that for particular this risk assessment the results are different, for this results are different. Identify risk associated with the loss of C, I, and A for information within the scope of information security management system. See, now it is not asking you to do the asset-based risk assessment, but it is asking you to identify the risk on the basis of CIA. It is implicitly stated in the standard itself in 6.1.2 that do the risk assessment on the basis of CIA. And what is the best basis for do the risk assessment on CIA is on the basis of the asset-based risk assessment. Okay, so if somebody is asking me that why we have used asset-based risk assessment, and in the previous session also it is said that why you are using asset-based risk assessment. So now you can able to correlate with my answer that why I have used this asset-based risk assessment, because the CIA is directly stating into the standard. Okay. After that, analyze the information security risk by assessing the potential consequences that would result if the identified risk were materialized, and realistic likelihood of the occurrence and the risk identified and the determined risk levels. Okay, so important area in this is that you have to find out the risk acceptance criteria, You have to find out the risk levels. You have to find out the likelihood. Also, the one more word written is realistic likelihood. If there is a chance that we say that some earthquake can come, so what are the realistic likelihood? Okay, try to do the realistic level of likelihoods in order to calculate the likelihood and impact values. So what we are going to check, do in this particular class, risk assessment methodology, risk acceptance criteria, criteria to perform information security risk assessment. These all questions the auditor will ask you. Identification of security and risk owners, analysis and evaluation of security risk. Because I want to mention one very important point here, that when you do risk assessment, you select a risk assessment criteria. On the basis of risk assessment criteria, you do the risk treatment. But what the ISO is saying, without the permission of risk owner, you cannot do risk treatment. So in clause 6.1.2, it is stating to identify the risk owner. What it is saying in 6.1.2, to identify the risk owner. Without identifying the risk owner, you cannot basically do the risk treatment plan. So if you want to do the risk treatment, it is very much important to understand that identification of security risk and risk owners. If you are not assigning the task to the risk owners, you have not tagged the risk owners with the assets. It's very hard for you to do the risk treatment, because in the forthcoming clauses, it is restricted that you cannot do the risk treatment without the permission of the risk owner. Is it clear to everyone? Particularly when we talk about risk owner is, if let us suppose there is a data center, there is a big data center, and there are a lot of servers in it. The network admin or data center admin can be a risk owner. Top management is never a risk owner. Risk owner is something who is handling the particular devices and have a responsibility and have an authority to take the decisions for that particular risk. Like if you are patching like you have find out somewhere that there is a risk that if this particular vulnerability is not patched, then definitely it is posing a risk. Then in that case you are going to close that risk by updating the operating system. So now the most important part is that the data center admin has a right to. So the data center admin has a right to update the patch. So in that case, data center admin is your risk owner. So risk owner is defined as per the requirement. Okay, so let's go ahead and understand the information security risk treatment. Okay, so what we have done in the previous session, we have decided the risk acceptance criteria. We have decided the risk assessment methodology. We have decided the risk levels, and now we are going to treat this particular risk. So how we are going to treat this particular risk? The organization shall define and apply information risk treatment process. So there is a requirement of risk treatment process. RTP, risk treatment process should be there. So this is the risk treatment process that we have to decide. Select information security risk treatment options, taking account of the risk assessment results, determine all controls that are necessary to implement the information security risk treatment. Organization can design controls as required or identify them from any source. Okay. So any controls can be used for the risk treatment process. There is no restriction on that. Also, Annexure A. See, now the point of controls is coming. Annexure A. Annexure A contains a comprehensive list of controls, objective and control objectives. Users of this international standard are directed to Annexure A to ensure that no necessary controls are overlooked. Okay, so whenever you are doing the risk treatment process, always keep consider the your Annexure A of the ISO standard. Also, control objectives are implicitly included in the control chosen. The control objectives and control listed in Annexure A are not non-exhaustive, and additional control objectives or control may be needed. So, in case you required more controls into your organization, so don't restrict for 93 or 95 controls. You can add few more controls to your SOA. It is allowed. More controls can be used in the SOA. And ISO is not restricting you to restrict to the 93 controls. You understand? You can add more controls as per your requirements. Now, actions to address risk and opportunities. What are the actions you will take? Produce a SOA. Now the document is coming SOA. So the output of 6.1.3 is a SOA. Produce a SOA that contains the necessary controls and justification for inclusion and justification of exclusion. Formulate a information security risk treatment plan. Obtain owner's risk approval if you are doing any risk treatment. Now you can correlate. I have said you earlier that if you want to do the risk treatment, then you have to take the approval of risk owner. It is clearly written in particular 6.1.3 point number F. Obtain risk owner approval for risk information security treatment plan and acceptance of residual information security risk. So if you want to do any risk treatment plan, then the risk owner's approval is mandatory. 6.1.3D is asking you to create a SOA, statement of applicability, with justification for inclusions and justification for exclusions also. It is also asking you to create an information security risk treatment plan. RTP should be derived and developed in this particular stage. The organization shall retain documented information about the information security risk treatment process, because the auditor will ask you that show me the documents of your risk treatment plan. What are the risk treatment plan you have developed? And all these things can be helped by ISO 31000, which is basically risk management principles and guidelines. So you can use that particular guidelines for your risk assessment. When auditor, So, hello. So let's go ahead and just want to confirm few things before moving forward. That auditing clause point 6.1, the auditor will check the risk treatment methodology. The auditor will check a risk treatment plan, that whether you have proper risk treatment plan or not, whether you have a statement of applicability with necessary controls and justification inclusions you have, whether you have risk owner's approval of risk treatment plan and acceptance of risk residual risk. Okay, so these are the points that the auditor will check in the particular clause 6.1.3. In 6.2, it is asking you information security objectives and planning to achieve them. So organizations shall establish information security objectives. So what are the information security objectives? Information security objective means what are your goals? See, you are trying to implement ISO 27001 in your organization, but the question is why? It is just for the compliance? It is just for the compliance or anything else? The reason is, yes, I have certain objectives. So you have to prepare ISMS objectives. So there is a separate document which is called as ISMS objectives. These objectives can be anything. I want to improvise my efficiency of data redundancy. I want to improvise my SLAs with my clients. I want to improvise my number of attacks. I want to decrease the number of attacks. I want to decrease my threat landscape. So, in this way, your objectives need to be defined at relevant functions and levels. Be consistent with the information security. Be measurable. Always create the objectives which can be measurable. Okay. If you are not having anything which cannot be measured, I request you to please do not put into the objective. Otherwise, the auditor might uh, raise an NC on it. Take into consideration applicable information security and risk and results from risk assessment treatment. Be communicated and be updated as appropriate, and always keep the retained document with you, because it will prove that these information security objectives are basically deduced, and these deduced objectives are basically completed. When planning how to achieve these information security objectives, the organization shall determine. So these questions should be answered before starting. What will be done? क्या हमें करना है? What resources will be required? हमें क्या क्या चाहिए इस चीज को करने के लिए? Who will be responsible? कौन इसके लिए जिम्मेदार होगा? When it will be completed? ये कार्य कब पूरा होगा? How the results will be evaluated? How we are going to evaluate the results? So these questions should be in everyone's mind while you are deducing the ISMS objectives. The auditor will come down to your organization and do all these points. He will check the documented information on ISMS objectives, communicated objectives, how you have communicated your objective to the relevant stakeholders, how you are measuring. items to be considered while planning to achieve objective as stated in the international standards. So all these things are covered in the particular auditing clause 6.2. Now, this is a very excellent diagram which will help you out in evaluating the entire ISMS. There is a message from Lindelani. Speak English. I am already speaking in English. I am just translating some of the points in my language Hindi. Okay. So this particular topic, that is establishing management framework, is very important because it is a step-by-step process. So now we will summarize the entire things that we have discussed in 4, 5, and 6 clause. Okay. So in 4 clause, 5 clause, and 6 clause, whatever we have discussed, now we are going to study. Okay. So first of all, what is our first step? Defining the scope. Can you think of a scenario without defining a scope? Can you move ahead in ISMS implementation? Yes or no? Secondly, after the scope, you must define the policies, that on this particular scope, what policies are required. So the deliverable is a, in this a deliverable is a scope document, in this deliverable is a policy document. After that, you identify, analyze, and evaluate the security risk. Basically, you are doing the risk assessment. So risk assessment is a process. Risk assessment will lead you to certain documents. What are the documents? Risk assessment methodology, risk acceptance criteria, risk levels. Once you do the risk assessment, your organization approach to risk assessment, degree of assurance required. Now you will try to manage the risk. Once you do the risk assessment, you know my risks. You know your risk. If you know your risk, now you need to do the risk treatment. So now the deliverable is a risk treatment plan. So if you have any consultant into your organization who is doing the entire process, ask for these documents. Give me a scope of ISMS. Give me a policy document. Okay, give me the risk assessment methodology. Give me the risk assessment criteria. Give me the risk levels. Jot down my risk. Give me the risk treatment plan, because these all will be asked by the auditor. Then select the control objectives on basis of the risk acceptance and prepare the SOA. So here the step from scope of ISMS to the statement of applicability is shown in this particular 1 to 6 steps. So what are the output of this particularly? SOA is the output, scope is the output, policy is the output. So on the right hand side, you are able to see. So in this particular slide, if you can see the right hand side, you can see these are the deliverables up to the clause 6. Is it clear to everyone? Yes or no? Okay. So go ahead. So now we have completed the clause 6, and in the particular clause 6 only, we have risk assessment and management method. Okay, because here it is written risk assessment. So now we will going to talk on risk assessment. Now we will going to talk on the risk treatment. So Okay, so sorry for the network issue. There is a big network issue in my area, but now it is gone now. So now we will talk on the further about the purpose of risk assessment. Like, what is the purpose of risk assessment? Why we are doing the risk assessment? Why we want to do risk assessment to identify the security requirements of the organization, to review the consequences of the risk, means impact, and to make decisions on how to manage the risk. So basically, these are the threefold purpose for which we are doing the entire risk assessment. So what are the components of risk assessment? Okay, so these are the components of risk assessment. See, when we talk about components of risk assessment, assets can be your physical people, your paper can be asset, your information can be an asset. If you remember, in the very initial slides of the ISO, what I have said, data is an asset, data is in value. Anything which has value to your organization is an asset. Okay, and data has a huge value. So information is an asset, software, service, asset name. So these all are the assets. Then we have certain risk owners, we have certain asset owners, like for a data center, we have a server. For server, we have certain risk owners that this person is the risk owner, this person can be asset owner. In some cases, risk owner and asset owner can be same, in some cases, risk owner and asset owner can be different. Let me explain this point to you so that you can understand. Let us suppose this is a data center in which we have certain server racks. Let us suppose three servers we have. Now, for these two servers, we have given down the AMC, and these third server we are doing the in-house maintenance. Okay. Now in this case, who is the risk owner for one and two? Who is the risk owner for one and two? Tell me. AM. AMC person will be the risk owner, and who is the risk owner for this? And who is the asset owner for all of all three? Asset owner of all three is same. Okay, for one, two, three, asset owner is same, but for risk owner, one or two has a different risk owner and three has a different risk owner. So that's why there are options that maybe there are same risk owners and there are different asset owners. Asset evaluation should be done on the basis of CIA. We have to understand the threats, we have to understand the vulnerabilities, then we have to calculate the likelihood, probability value, then we have to understand the security controls, that what are the security controls we need to put on in order to safeguard the system as per the information security framework. So asset is anything that has a value to the organization. We have already discussed. As per ISO 27001 point of view, asset must be those relevant to the scope of the ISMS. Asset required protection. Asset will not necessarily include all those things normally considered having financial value to the organization. Okay, so risk owners shall be identified. So all these things we have already discussed, but I am just repeating just for a moment. Now the thing is asset valuation. So you are doing asset valuation on the basis of CIA. That if your asset being compromised, how it will going to impact your confidentiality, how it will going to impact your integrity, how it will going to impact your availability. So these are the points that you must consider while we are talking about the asset valuation. So identify all the information assets and determine their owners, but restrict to the scope. Always restrict to the scope, because if you are going outside the scope, then you might be uh, get into a maze or somewhere else. Okay, so please restrict yourself into the maze, into the scope. Identify the value of each of these information assets on the basis of confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Impact on the organization, partners, customers, and other interested parties. So this is important. In the previous section, we have talked about interested parties. So when you are doing the CIA analysis, always see how it is going to impact your interested parties. Understood? Yes or no? Ensure that the value is identified in the context in which they are used. Like for the asset valuation, we have something confidentiality, integrity, ability. For very low is score 1. For very high, it is very high 5. So let us suppose this is the asset, publicly available website. So confidentiality is not a concern, integrity is a concern, but ability is a high concern. Human resource database has a high value of confidentiality, but low level of availability can be done with it. So this is just an example for the asset evaluation on the basis of CIA. When you want to map the particular asset, so you have to find out the asset category. So asset category can be IT hardware. IT hardware as a server, IT hardware as a switch. It has some routers. Okay. It can also have some UPS power supplies. It can also having some high availability devices. So usually asset groups are taken. Okay. Here websites are taken. It is not saying that www.abc.com is an asset. No. We are considering as a group. Otherwise, it will be very hard for everyone. Then we have a vulnerability assessment exposure. So for the vulnerability assessment, identify the vulnerability of the asset, find the security flaws, weakness, identify how exposed is the vulnerability, like this vulnerability is minor, moderate, or highly exposed. So on the basis of that, we are going to score certain values. Then there is a important area, that is threat assessment frequency. We also called it as a likelihood. Okay. So what is the likelihood of certain points? So, okay, just tell me what is the high likelihood, DDoS or earthquake? Tell me which is having a high likelihood. Yeah, definitely. DDoS is a high likelihood because why it is high likelihood? Because number of attempts are high. But who is having a high impact onto the entire organization? Who is giving a higher impact on the entire organization? Tell me. Earthquake. But DDoS will not going to impact you a lot. It will just make your services down. But earthquake will crack the earth and data center is inside the earth. Okay, so you cannot judge what type of impact it is. Okay, so but even you can mitigate the earthquake impact by putting your data center DR into the different seismic zone. If you are putting your data center into the different seismic zone, then even if the earthquake came, your services will be up and running. Yes or no? Understood? So basically, we are identifying the threats, we are frequency, identify the threat frequency, like how often a threat occurs according to the statistics. For deliberate threats, motivation, attractiveness, capability, necessary resources available, so all these things. So on the basis of something, we are giving certain values that unlikely to occur, very low, likely within a year, likely within 6 months, likely within 1 month, or likely within a week. So, like I would say, DDoS, usually most of the organizations are happening. Some SQL injection attack in a month you can face. Some credentials sniffing in a 6 months. Some APT attack, some state-sponsored attack, and some earthquake is unlikely to occur. So, this in this case you can find out the frequencies. The other important point is the impact. The important point is impact. So impact is identify the threat impact. What will be the impact on these threats? Insignificant, almost no significant impact. Minor. Minor effect will require minimal effort to repair or reconfigure the system. Significant impact. Some tangible harm may cause political embarrassment. Will require some expenditure to resource to repair. Damaging. Serious. So in this way you can score the values. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because in the risk based assessment we are leveraging, we are assigning the values to the particular risk, to the particular likelihood, to the particular impact. So in this way this threat assessment impact will be so much helpful. Vulnerabilities and threat examples, like there is a vulnerability, lack of physical protection of building doors and windows. So what could be the threat? Could be exploited by theft. So this is a vulnerability, and this is the expected threat that can exploit that vulnerability, like poor password management. This is a vulnerability. So could be exploited by masquerading of user identity. Okay, like no logout when leaving the workstation could be exploited by the use of software by unauthorized user. So I just want to make you explain that how the vulnerabilities is basically exploited by the different type of threats. Just a minute, I'm just thinking what. So any questions up to this? Okay, so let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the asset-based risk assessment. In asset-based risk assessment, first of all, you have to understand the asset, threat, vulnerability, and risk. So this is the world's simplest definition, which we are trying to protect is called an asset. If you are trying to protect your purse in your pocket, it's become an asset to you. If somebody is trying to theft that purse from your pocket, it become a threat to you. If you are wearing a pant of which is not made up of cloth, but it is made up of a paper, it is a vulnerability to you. And if you intersect all these, it will become a risk to you. I hope now these things are very much clear. Simplest definition, simplest explanation that I can give you. Understood, everyone? Yes or no? Okay, let's go ahead. These are the See, let me explain you one very important topic here. If you see this particular slide, where we have talked about vulnerabilities and threats. If you do not know the vulnerability, can you find out the threats that can exploit the vulnerability? The answer is no. So, identification of vulnerability is very important. If you do not know that what are the vulnerabilities in my system, then what is the use case for the risk assessment? In the risk assessment, we are finding out the vulnerabilities only. And what are the threats that can exploit that particular vulnerability are basically the part of the threat of the risk assessment process. So this is the control relation with the risk assessment, that how the control things are happening. See, this is a very good diagram, and I like particularly this very much. I have designed around 7 years before this particular diagram to make people understand the things in a very liquid manner. See, whenever there is a vulnerability, then only a threat can exploit it. If there is no vulnerability, there is no threat exists. Okay, and there is no case, then we can say there we have zero vulnerability. This is never true. Always there is a vulnerability in your system. Okay, you can never say that I do not have, I my system doesn't possess any type of vulnerability. Okay, your systems always possess a vulnerability, and every vulnerability can be exploited by certain threats. Whenever a vulnerability exploited, it is causing an event will affecting an asset will producing the business impact. So business impact means your business got down. So in the risk assessment process, we are understanding the entire these things only. The entire these things are taught in the risk assessment process we are doing. We are assessing the asset first. We are assessing the what events can be happened on it, what are the vulnerabilities, and for vulnerabilities, what can be the threats. How you could reduce the impact by putting the PPT framework. We used to say it is a PPT framework, that is people, process, and technology. In this particular PPT framework, we are selecting number of controls that are corrective, detective, and preventive. So we have already discussed in the previous slide, preventive control that will reduce the threat surface into your organization. Detective controls will find out the happening, something malicious happening into our system, and corrective action or something which is the post incident, which will reduce our business impact. The same thing it is written that preventive control will reduce the vulnerability, detective control will discover the event, and corrective control will reduce the business impact. And who will going to implement all this? PPT will implement, people will implement, process will implement, technology will implement. Preventive, you are doing VAPT. VAPT is a technology, process. Detective, you have SOC into your organization. SOC is a technology. Corrective action, digital forensics, incident response is done by human being. People are there. Okay. So people, process, and technology. This is the only example I would say that you can explain the real case scenario that where the people, process, technology are actually working. Understood? Yes or no? Okay. So let's go ahead. So in asset evaluation, we have already talked that we are using confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So in this, you can say I've just put down some asset groups, some asset names, and I'm putting some of the values on the basis of CIA, and I'm adding these values of CIA to getting the asset value. So this is called the asset value. Then we have certain threat ratings. Threat ratings basically on the likelihood and impact. So we have already discussed it. We are not going to repeat it again. So now the most important part is relationship between the components. Okay, so till now we have done the risk assessment, we have done the risk assessment values, we have acceptance criteria. So all these things we have covered till now. Since previous sessions, we have already discussed about the risk matrix and risk calculation. So that's why I am not repeating that. So this particular diagram is a very good diagram, and because you can start from anywhere. Okay, you can start from anywhere, but I personally suggest you to start from here. So threats exploit the vulnerability. Vulnerability exposes the assets. Vulnerability exposes the assets. Assets have certain security risk. Assets have certain asset values and impacts. Asset values, if asset value increase, the security risk will increase. Security risk can be managed by security requirements like SOC, like SIEM devices. Security requirements can be met by security controls. Met by means controlled by. Security controls. Security controls is written in Annex A. 93 controls are there. Just a quick question. Can we restrict to 93 controls, or we can add more controls to my SOA? Yes, we can add more. Security controls will, yes, security controls will protect me against the threats. See now, this is a cyclic order. If I put security controls, it will protect my organization from threats. Have you understood the cyclic order, that how everything is related? Yes or no? Just a quick question. If I just remove this part, can you implement security into your organization? And one more quick question. And if I do not calculate the asset values, how could I judge the security risk? Can you judge? So these components are very much related. So basically, risk is something intersection of threat, asset, and vulnerability. So asset value, vulnerability value, and threat value will basically find out your entire risk value. So some terms and conditions as per the ISO guide. Risk analysis means systematic use of information to identify sources and to estimate the risk. Risk evaluation means process of comparing the estimated risk against given risk criteria to determine the risk, and risk assessment means overall process of risk analysis and risk evaluation. Okay. So to finalize the risk treatment, this is the excellent slide. This is the excellent slide that you can understand, and you can able to understand that what are the deliverables at every stage of risk assessment. How many of you got tired? All. तो ये Okay, so let's start with this particular topic, that is risk management. We are now going to finalize this topic. And what are the different steps in risk management? What are the different deliverables in risk management? Now we are going to talk about this. So, whenever we talk about risk management, the first and the foremost thing is the development of systematic risk assessment method. In the previous sessions, in the clause 6, we have talked 6.1, particularly 6.1.2, about the risk assessment method, that the organization shall establish a risk assessment method. So, what is the deliverable? See, these all are deliverables. These all are documents. Risk assessment procedure is a document. So, as an organization, if you want to implement ISO, you have to put down the risk assessment process, risk assessment methodology. Okay. Once you have a risk assessment process, now you will start your risk analysis. So, if you don't have a risk assessment process, can you start your risk analysis? The answer is no. Without method, how are you going to start? Usually, risk assessment method is a document and it is a mandatory document. The auditor may ask you for the document. Then we have to identification of information assets. Okay, so we have to do the identification of information assets. So what is the output? List of assets. We used to call it as a inventory, asset inventory. Once you got a list of assets, now you need to do the valuation of assets on the basis of CIA. Once you do the valuation of assets, assessment of threats and vulnerabilities, you will get a risk analysis table. Okay, and it is also called as risk matrix table. Now you got a risk analysis table. Of now you're going to evaluate the risk of this particular risk analysis table. Now you will do the risk evaluation. See, assessment risk analysis is up to this phase. Now you are evaluating the risk. If you are evaluating the risk, you will get a risk assessment report. Once you get the risk assessment report, you will do the risk treatment. But here one more thing is that what is the risk acceptance criteria? What is the risk acceptance criteria? What is the value of risk acceptance criteria? It depends on the risk value. Let us suppose my risk value is 89 and my risk acceptance criteria is 79. So anything above 79 is a high risk for me. So yes, I will treat this risk. But if my risk is 54, no, I will not going to treat this risk because my risk acceptance criteria is 79. So in this method, I am using the risk treatment for only to those if the threshold value is above the risk acceptance criteria. So there is a risk treatment plan. I am going to accept the risk sometime, and if something is left, it is called as a residual risk. So this is the simplest diagram you can consider for the entire risk management process. Some good questions you can ask yourself whenever you are doing some risk assessment methodology. That does it identify all vulnerabilities and threats? Just ask yourself. Whenever you are doing this practice, always ask, does it identify all vulnerabilities and threats? Are the risk and risk owners asset? Uh, we are very sorry. We are closed. We are need to close the session because there is a power outage. So we will be continuing this session in a day or two again. Due to the power outage, we are not able to continue the session. So sorry for the inconvenience caused, and we will continue the session in a day or two. You all are requested to please write your associate membership IDs and names for the purpose of attendance. Thank you so much. Thank you for attending, and enjoy your weekend. Thank you.